Why, hello. All right. So, today, today we're going to mess with some stuff. Let's get a couple terminals open. Forgot to do that. Don't need one of them. And we'll get ourselves one up into the editor folder so that we can launch easy. First things first, I was looking at the documentation here. They got back to me and the where was it here? It's in game map. These don't actually work right now. They don't know if they want them or not, I guess. So we'll get rid of those. We'll have to look at, they told me to look at a plan. So we'll need to look at a plan. Which I don't know exactly. There's tree plans. I don't know exactly what this will look like, but it's probably our answer. Maker. Okay. So we'll have to look at that. But also, we have an issue where things aren't bound correctly, not getting refreshed. I think bind is the answer. Maybe. We'll see. I was just looking around in the docs, having a little poke and prod, and came across that. So we're going to try that first because that's going to, like, we can reorder this in a couple different ways, right? The main issue is getting everything all synchronized so it refreshes in the UI correctly. This, that's fine. But what I think, are we using this? We're using this. But we don't want to bind that. What we do want to do is probably, let's go back to trying this. This is at this. And then we need to RUNEVW. Binds the given value to the given value. Widget or widget value. But what do we bind to? Guess we could maybe do Can we bind it to the button? No. Not understanding correctly here. Link the value of a variable and the value of a widget. Okay. But we don't really have a value that this widget stores. It's just a button, which I guess is not a widget. But it should be a widget. I guess it's not a value widget. Okay. So that won't work. But is there another way we can do this? Let me launch this again. And remind myself of exactly where we were. So we can do that. We can do that. We can't do coordinates yet, but that's fine. Delete, I think, is our issue. It doesn't get updated correctly. Okay, so think here. We also had a little issue here. Thought where if I delete, it doesn't say, okay, it doesn't say anything. That's fine. We can do that real easy. That. But getting the widget to update is problematic. We would need what if we did a Let's start mucking about. What if we broke out and called this a let's just do a quick test. This will need that. And we'll also say we'll need a this is actually just that for funsies. Except for yeah, it's fine. Because we just want to know for sure first if the um bind actually he had a buttons update. Oh, I see. Okay. He's bound this to new spinner, which is this thing, I believe. Said min of 0, so we can't go below 0. Range number, spinner on change, buttons update, tree add. Okay. That's fine. Might be something to that, but right now this needs to be a quick testy test of can I bind this value to this? No. And it's because I would need a widget value, which apparently we would need to implement, which makes sense, right? That is this. And because there's nothing, no new frame probably doesn't do that, right? Makes sense. Why would it? It wouldn't know what it has. We could do to implement this interface probably. I don't want that. I want you to come back up. So you take no and you just return any. In this case, let's say that you return a string This will probably fail because it won't be the right thing, right? You're not a type, right? Makes sense. Get value. So we would need a type for you. If we did that, but how would you? You would need a widget as well. Okay, we can do that probably. This returns, in fact, pointer to that. Right? Has a widget. So wait a second. Is this open? This is what I should have done in the first place. Value. So it has a widget embedded in it. So it needs to satisfy the widget interface. So if we did this and then we said can I do this? So take this out and then this would need to be file widget. Say that. And then maybe I can do node value. But I don't see value. Might be misunderstanding how I need to satisfy this with a value is a widget that has an associated value representation. But if the interface says it has widget, then it needs to implement this interface as well, as far as I understand. Which it would do by having an exposed widget. And then we put Let's actually say that this is not a core frame. This is a... Yeah, it would be. Would be a core frame. So it implements widget because it has one. Widget value should return any. We would need... Do I get anything from that? No. Maybe. For funsies. We did that, and then this returns... that. And then this is a... And we'll just give it, for the sake of this, parent frame. That. Oh, whoops. How did I do that? Widget value method has a pointer receiver. Okay. Type does not implement value. This needs to be that. Oh, this needs to return any. Very specifically to satisfy the interface. So I could do that. We need to get rid of that. That wouldn't make any sense anymore. Would this make sense to do? Okay, so what if it had a thinking about having to change this around a little bit, but that this could then be that, right? Okay, let's I wouldn't need to do that actually, because it is binding to it, right? Theoretically. This would just need to return instead of frame tile. And I wouldn't even need this actually. Then if I put this after this, set all that up. Does that make sense? Or actually, if I put this back up here, we get rid of that. We set this to this tile. And then right? This could then be no, it can't be because we don't know. Leave it there for now. Just see what this gets us. Is this any better or is it worse? As far as following stuff goes. No, works because it breaks. Okay. All right, let's roll this back because we've made things worse, and I'm not confident that I'm on the right track with this. That change can stay. No, that should have stayed. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Fixed. There we go. This goes back away. This will go away as well. Let's go back to our docs here. So may still be something here, but hmm. It's also possible that the answer is in plan. So let's investigate that. The this might be kind of the secret sauce. Let's find out. Tree.add at. Let's take a look at tree plan. Right instance is passed to makers. Possible for add new. Okay. I bet you're the second person going into that part of the manual. Probably so. Probably so. The user base of this library is not massive. Let's see how many can I see. There are 69 people in, or sorry, 59 people in the channel of the Slack that they have set up. There are 1,500 in Fine, but I haven't committed to jumping over there just yet. It has rough edges, but it's enjoyable still. It's fun. I like a lot of things about it. Adds a plan item. Don't really understand how this really is useful to me. Adds a maker that will add a child to the parent. Now imagine the whole UI composition in front end, React, etc. is happening ad hoc in code as a structure of components instead of formally defining a tree. Yes. Done a little bit of stuff with React, and as much as I dislike the entire front end ecosystem, it is impressive how well it does things from a purely technical standpoint. The part where it takes 8.6 billion packages to do anything is pretty gross, though. JavaScript developers didn't want to know about make and files. I don't blame them for that. I've used make and I didn't really enjoy it. Found it to be very clunky and full of traps and foot guns. Came up with own dependency resolvers, yeah. Make and SQL are the only logical languages in general use today. Not a huge SQL fan either. Logical as opposed to functional or imperative. Yeah. Not a huge fan of SQL either. I don't... storage is cheap now, and we have as much of it as we want. And it always just grinds my gears when you have to join multiple tables just to get one coherent piece of information out. I don't like that. And yes, I know that it gives you the power to combine that in a million different ways, but it also adds a lot of foot guns. I know I worked on a product where it wasn't built for the scale it grew to, and they had a lot of problems with the database just grinding to a halt when they started managing like 1 million objects. Suddenly, everything was broken. So if I understand this, what I would kind of have to do... add at, this is the plan. You just described every Ruby on Rails project. This was not Ruby on Rails. This was C#. 10 users is called iLoad. I also worked at a place where they had a Magento. Magento was in the mix. I don't know exactly how much. I didn't work on that part of it. But they also had Ruby stuff going on. And part of the reason that I worked there was they wanted us to replace their web stack, essentially. They wanted a new website that wasn't Magento, but also the backend really wasn't serving them because they tried to promote their web store more, and it fell over. So we were building a new back-end platform to kind of string the vine off things. And then they decided that they didn't want that anymore, and they changed their mind several times. And then they decided that they didn't want developers anymore. They kept the interns, so things are going very well for them, I hear. They got rid of everybody else and the management. Very cheap, yes. They sure are cheap at their jobs. Let's see here. Well, this doesn't help me that much at all, does it? That all doesn't really apply here, I don't think. Call coordinate widget based update. What I would need to do is if I was to put we need to store this in some way, shape, or form. Or something. So we can update the text. We need to somehow Maybe what I want is to have a different approach here where we have two different buttons that get built. Maybe that's the answer. And then we need to make the updater, when it updates, replace them, right? So we load the map in. Let's see if we can do this. Let's think here, though. Also, we need to maybe we need to put this into like an intermediate structure, right? Maybe we need to have a button grid for Cogent to run off of. We want to be careful that we don't get out of sync with the tile grid. But I don't see why we can't just run off of the tile grid. Because aside from its troubles with updating things correctly and laying them out correctly, it's working reasonably well. We would need to actually, we're going to need, just thinking forward to when we add the connection indicators in, that we're going to need a separate grid anyway, because we're going to have to populate it differently, right? The tile grid, the tiles themselves contain connection information, but we have to represent it graphically. And we still have to deal with the fact that all of the stuff in here is very much tied to the editor. And not a lot is going to be reusable as it sits currently. So maybe that is... Maybe that's the sane. Answer. First, let's do this. If we were to... Let's try. This will be probably one of those. We give it that directly. This is going to return me a button. Double check here. This just, yeah, this takes a tree node. Weird that it accepts variadic number of them, but okay. So let's also do a base so that we have a single place where this lives, right? So we do this. Interesting that that does not take a pointer when I thought turns a pointer to a frame. Oh, is node perhaps an interface? It is, okay, that's why. So I think that should be a pointer. It's already a pointer? It's already a pointer. Okay, so that gives me a single place for the styling. This will say that this will need to also just take that. That's fine. And then what we can do is say tile is nil. Then we oh, maybe that's what maybe I need to do this first. Maybe not. And it returns that at the end. So if we if it's nil, then Set the text to an empty string. What else would we need to do? We need to register the on click. This I'm not stoked on yet right now though, because then I would need to hand down game map. And I guess these two both do have the same signature. And I could get away with just doing this. This would be new button, game map. And try to clean this up a little bit here in a second, but and a color pointer method on that location. Right. Right. Fine for now. And then if it's an edit button, we would need to also, after this, or we could just do this. This actually needs to come in because ooh, looks like my stream fell over. So that's fun. Are we back? Maybe. Take a look here. Think we're back, kind of, sort of ish. There we go. Must have had an internet blip. Fun times. Okay. Where was I here? So these have to come in, otherwise we won't know where we are. This becomes the same as this. Except for this is then we can't do that, of course, because you do this. Both is fine. That's fine. We probably want to that's fine for now. It's just a placeholder anyway. Good to help us differentiate. And then we need to do register an on click. With a existing tile handler. New button is the parent. Game map is the game map. And then that for now. And then all of this would get replaced. Double check here. Yes, okay. We don't need any of this anymore in theory. We would just be able to say tile button, parent frame, tile grid, X index, Y index. Am I missing? Parent tile game map. What does that get us? Okay. That works. That works. That does not work. Okay. That didn't work before. Go away, please. Thank you. Do that. Yeah, nothing. We would need to also, as part of this, can I do that? No, because you are interface. What do you have? Nothing. What's this do? Starting with this one and going down. What if... What if this? No. Definitely not. Okay. We can still try to call update. Really think that what I need to do is... still not. I think triggers that to update. Okay. Could I do... Could I do this? And say that your updater is to update everything about yourself. And then do this again. Would that make sense? Maybe. Ah. Well, that didn't work at all. Okay. Let's get that out of there. I'll use the restroom real quick and have a think. I'll be right back. Ah, that's better. So, We know we can't bind to buttons unless we were to do some kind of custom thing. Thinking that the if we had a separate grid, then we might be able to update gets called in multiple places, which is why we have that crazy amount of tiles that got added. And I don't know everything that calls update, right? I don't think there's really a way to determine that. There's too much internal magic to make that a reliable answer. I'm reasonably happy with this approach right here. Less happy with basically all of this anyway. If we're going to have to ingest everything to a separate structure, then it might make sense to try and do something else here. And I'm thinking that what we would be able to do then is say that the internal grid, internal to the UI stuff, the internal grid at the coordinates is the new thing, which might do we have the ability oops, not that one. Tic-tac-toe. What did they do here? These are just buttons. Or is it I equals current, which is gotcha. So they read the current value. Button update. The updater sets the text. Grid update. We put it into, well, no, that wouldn't. If we just put it all into a flat array, and controlled the layout by columns, I think we run the risk of getting out of whack pretty easy. Oh, you know what? No, because the parent, or the button base has the parent, which is what it adds. Because it's a grid display. Okay, yeah. Crap. That's annoying. Wonder. Wonder. The hmm. And the reset just goes through. It just nulls them. Sets that. Grid update, status update. Status is the text. Does grid have an updater? No. But because it's tied. Well, no. Why does it? because it's tied to styles grid. Set that on the button. Because we call button update, which sets the text. Can we we'd have to like store data in the button, or we could if we did this um put all this in here. Call it at the end. Perhaps. Take tile out. Then tile. Grid X, grid Y. If we did that. Better? Worse? Indifferent? Let's find out. Ooh. I didn't do a good thing, did it? But that might also be because Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't. It breaks a lot of things. Not actually surprising because said I think update gets called a bunch of times. But okay, what if we take it out of there? What if we let whatever else calls it calls it? No. Is that related to wouldn't be that. Yeah, that's not. Hmm. What I would need to do. Get that out of there. Okay, so if we kind of revisit our thinking about a secondary grid of buttons, right? So we do that. We would do that would not be correct anymore. We would do this. We would also say grid of buttons, right? Because the because we built buttons, so it just needs to be them. So then would we want to do our updating in a function and then we could just call that every time? Or do we even need to? Let's try without first. Display grid is this. Tile grid is this. I'm going to put you down here just for funsies. The button is this. but display grid. We need this to not probably be there though. Am I just gonna wind up right back where I was? I would need to... Does this actually need... Give an optional parent. If I don't need a parent, this, this, this. That is like that. This is like that. This. We need to... We're going to need to be able to build this. This becomes... this. This. We take this and we say... We need to... Yeah, not that. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. We need a, that. Do I need that? But prologue is fun? I must have missed something. What? We just need this to be... Comments for an hour ago. Oh, okay. You're talking about logical languages. For each row. Can I not? I would need to make that. Then I wouldn't care about that, right? You can just do that nowadays. Yes, that should be fine. And then here I would say this, we can do a no, we don't do that. Okay, that's fine. Which we already had down here. Tile grid. Be this and then that. And then range over this. We do that still, but that. And then we at x index, y index is the tile button. If I was to do that, and then we say did a no, we don't want that. Not sure I'm gaining myself anything if I do this though. So we're still going to have the issue where but if this is the update, function. Okay, maybe I'm not on the wrong track. What I would do then is display grid x index parent frame add child that. And then if I do this is actually this. I can't do that because it's just a grid. I would need to do this. This would need to return probably want to do this. This is, hang on. Should leave that. But instead of returning it, that. Oh, right. It's buttons. It's not tiles. That. And then if I was to come back, up here, could do that. 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 So here, this becomes add button, tile button, X index, Y index, instead of all that. And then we can do you take, which is that, and then this moves in here. Wait. This would move in here. No, because we need that up there. Because it has the game map. Wait a second. Confusing myself. Already filled it. What I would need is to tiles, tiles, tiles. And then the updater can still do that, but it also does this. This should actually be set button. It does indeed set, it doesn't just add. I don't know if this makes sense or not. Let's see if it runs and start there. That's good. That's good. That still doesn't. Damn it. Okay, that was kind of a long shot. Well, hang on. Let me think here. If we button, make sure that we call. So on click, we call. We don't have parent anymore. For funsies, let's take this out. And then, put this ahead of this and see if it still populates correctly. No, it doesn't. Okay, so that tells me, I guess it wouldn't because this is 0. No, it should be empty. So it should all be nils. Mm-hmm. Feel like I'm getting off of the beaten path here. So let's get rid of this. It's actually just... Let's get rid of all this. Not happy with it. Perhaps... Perhaps my... Perhaps my approach is fundamentally flawed here. What if... We know that our map works, so we come in here. What if we have a... This... I don't think that gets me anything. I think that leaves me right back where I was, but with more steps. Hmm. Wonder if it's because I'm using pointers. Which made sense for a lot of reasons in a map, actual map code. But perhaps it's confusing to Cogent. If I change a thing, it doesn't look like it's been updated. What if I did this? Um, make a little room here. So if I did this, we do this still. But I could do doesn't really get me. Would need to do I did this. Except do this, and then we say pen that. New tile is a tile. This is this. This. That. 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 Do I Continue if this is nil. Otherwise, this gets put in. And then the end of this. No. Where was I? Just adding a button. I would need to... No, I'm just heading right back down the same path I was on. Okay. Let's see here. Because these are going to wind up as pointers. And they won't know what to do. That would completely invalidate my test approach. Let's take a look. I'm becoming frustrated with this. Let's see if we believe. Grid. This is only columns as well. Feels like this isn't going to get me that much different behavior. Okay. Must be missing something in just like my foundational understanding of what I should be doing here. So let's kind of stop and think a little bit more. It's kind of funny that this actually works when we are effectively just chucking in buttons, right? So which kind of makes sense why they would extend horizontally, because we're just chucking them in. What if okay, here's a thought. Whether we bind this to the tile grid or not really bind it, but drive it off of the tile grid or something else, we're still doing this. What if the answer is silly simple and I just say that on a click, there's an event. If our tile is nil, we're also going to need to bring back what was it? It was a tree.node. That and then update. Actually, in either case, if it's not new, then we build the edit button the same way we used to. And then these, actually we would need to not do this. We just need this. And then we update this is just to say otherwise we set this again. Like this, and then all of this goes away. That way, we just handle both possible states of this thing by referencing the underneath, right? That makes sense to me. Probably. X squared y. So then we get rid of this and we say parent frame I guess I don't need to do that. I just need to do, I won't need that at all, I don't think. This is actually, this needs to not have tile. This needs to be driven off of game map at grid X, grid Y, we can do this, that, this is tile grid. And then we do the same thing on an update where we just get the current and then like so. What does that get me? That works. Good. So we just need to call the updater now. Ooh, that also doesn't save. But again, if here we would do a frame, satisfies that interface. Call update on the parent again as well. Still, I forget to do something here. Delete tile. That. We would need to... We would need to rebuild this, I think. Unless we were to bring back... That would just get us the same place we were. We just walked down that path. Okay, what if we did this? What if we say screw that? Still not. Dang it. It does... Oh, maybe... Hang on. Place tile and grid. That should work. Hmm. Why don't you... do that? Update the tile. For funsies, make sure that this is correct when it builds the tile. Delete you. Placing tile at 4, comma 5. Hmm. But this gets updated with the coordinates when we... That's interesting. What if instead of this we did... Oh, right, that's why. Do need the map still. That shouldn't matter because... Should be fetching that. So very, very confused as to why that wouldn't be kosher. This would be... This tile. Wonder if it's somehow related to this. Somehow getting cached somewhere? That might be a thing, I suppose. Oh, right. Need to put you here, there. Actually, hang on. Yeah, okay, it's fine. This get me. No. me do... Let's walk these back just because it was kind of a guess and I would like more certainty before I go mucking about too much. Let's do this. Let's say this, we can get rid of that. We know we're pretty happy with the fact that it's correctly pulling the coordinates. Okay. Nil. Oh. Descriptions just aren't being written. This tile is this. Form data, edit tile, form. Tile is the tile. Apply form data. Set description, that. I have flipped this. Okay. We need to fix that. No. What? Tile. This tile. Oh, okay. Right. Form data is that. Oh, right. That makes sense. Yes. So why don't you... What's going on there then? By the form data. Because... This actually can go up here. Oops. Still. But you need to apply it. Okay. That's on me. Brain fart. And then... There, okay. So maybe we're not as lost in the woods as we thought. We just need to clean this stuff up a lot now. Parent of these is a button, so We had updates in here. Then we get, hopefully, that. Okay. That's so much better. Okay. Forward progress. Like it. Let's put you up here just for visual organization. Let's do let's do a quick commit here. Like so. Before we go mess anything up. Tile button can most certainly have its X and Y. That's fine. We'll need game map to pass down. Let's get rid of that, and we're going to just use the grid here as well. And here. Actually, no. We're going to leave that because it'll hopefully help us to make sure we're correct as we lay this out. Do I need this anymore? Because when we make the change, we now do an update. No. Okay, fantastic. That'll sort that part out. Need that. Do need that. Do need those. Actually like that. I think. This is actually that. Coordinates, okay. That's all fine. Um, this will need to be fixed. So if let's take a look at the plan again real quick. Not sure. Okay, so this would be hmm. Tell you what, I'm gonna take a quick break here, walk around, stretch, get a new beverage, and we'll puzzle this out. I'm thinking that as we're building this grid, because add has a node name, that we might be able to flip the rows and the columns around because Koji wants to build it backwards from what we did or I did. But I don't know if we really gain anything from doing that aside from complexity. We could just do it a different way. So I'll think about that a little bit, but I'll be right back. All right. Beverage time. Delicious. So, what I want to do, I think, is this. And then maybe just a 4. And then I can say if think here, we're always going to be a square grid for now. So let's also pull this out. That work? Then we break. Otherwise, we go for the x index. this parent frame, game map, x index, y index, and then that. And that gets us the correct orientation. Four zero four one. Yes. Okay. Without using overly complicated plans. This needs to all be if this is greater than 0. Otherwise, we wind up in trouble with the case where we have a blank map, right? We need to handle that case. Okay, so now we can display with correct coordinates. And let's have another double check here. Tile button base, very happy with that. Tile button. Grid X, grid Y. Let's actually double check also that, oops. Focus on the wrong window there. Let's check that. So 5, 4, X, Y, 5, 4, that's correct. X, Y, 2, 5, that's also correct. Okay, so those are getting put in correctly, which is fantastic. It's exactly what we want. The other thing we're going to want let me roll back. Getting ahead of myself. I want to make sure that this seems like a lot of work for other thing we want to think about is we don't necessarily want to save. So right now we can put all of our changes into the that still needs to be to do for sure. We'll have to double check that. I think we handled that though. We're going to want to probably put a save button that is very explicit, right? So if you're messing around with your map, you don't necessarily want to save your changes if you're not happy with how it's going. Probably gonna need like some why can't I? Oops. Click you, but not you. What is going on? It's just locked. Yes, to back. Lock you again. There we go. Nope, not you. Just want you because I want you to be roughly the same size, and then do I not have it? Okay, fine. Be that way. There. Because we don't actually want to write anything to the file until we change. We can make modifications to the structure we have in in memory that we've loaded, but then save should trigger a write to the file. Probably want undo functionality as well at some point, but that's kind of future polishy stuff. Okay, so and all of this gets very is very editory, so it's probably going to need to move over. Load map will stay probably, but it's going to need to take a path, but that's fine. We can do that a little bit later. Right now, it's actually keep getting ahead of myself. I was going to try to review and make sure that this was all still legit and that I was still happy with it. So need the button because that's the parent where the dialogue hangs off of. Got to have the map X and the Y. This checks current state of it. That's fine. Very happy with these, I think. These are where it just seems like there's a lot of stuff going on. And I think it's because now it's probably just gotta be this way. We create the form so that you can fill that in. Add you a save button. On the click, you apply the form data to the tile. If there's an error, we do that. I think probably that. Yeah, because this is just a function, so we need to make sure that and then we can do no, we don't want to update unless it's been changed, so that's fine. Delete. This becomes a return. We do the update, we close the dialog, throw the snack bar out. Okay, that's probably fine. Reasonably happy with that. Then a new tile handler. We create a new tile, create the form data for it. Create a save button, apply the form data. This needs a return here. Otherwise, life is good. Like I did this differently though. Because the different actions. Okay. That goes in there. Creating the form. We have the parent, which hangs off the dialogue. Makes sense. And it takes the tile because we need to know what its stuff is. Otherwise, I'd have to do it here. It's probably fine. And then not that, edit. Oh my gosh, I keep doing that. Apply form data. That's what I was looking for. Takes a tile and the form data. Basically diffs, applies the differences. That way, if you leave a thing blank, it doesn't override it with blank, right? Yes. Well, actually, hang on. If I do... Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Doesn't mangle anything. And that's because this gets set. Okay. Do I even actually need... Do I need this anymore? Um... I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're fine to just do this. This we probably still want to do because it's going to have bearing on what we do about it, right? We're going to have to figure out what that looks like from the map standpoint. Okay, so that I'm reasonably happy with. Okay, now do I want to tackle displays first, displaying connections first, or yes, I probably do. So think about this for a second too. Is this the best way? No, it's not. Hello, I'm sorry to crash your stream with the question, but do you understand the Go HTML template lib? Kind of. I think I used it once. Can I just do this? Am I forgetting correct syntax for this? Or can I not do this and go, I swear I must be dumb, but I've read the docs, looked on YouTube, asked AI, cannot get it to work, but I'm probably just dumb. Yeah, man. Send it. Send it. What's if you have like a Go playground, that'd probably be better, unless it's just like a simple question. But I do use you. Guess I could do that here, probably. No, because I need it up there. Can I not? Do that. Okay, I see. I can just do this and I'll just have to handle incrementing. That's fine. And then here, that. And then what we need to do is here we say, well, no, that should be fine. I think that's all I need. That is the wrong window. This is the one. Oh, I messed up something somewhere here. Because this needs to be... Wait, hang on. Wait a second. Um, Still working on that, I guess. Let's see here. Because this gets set out there, we need to y-index. You clear it outside of here, I believe. So go through. Oh, hang on. I'm thinking backwards again. This can just be this can be 0 because we have a square. And this is just tile grid because it's the whole length. Because we're going to flip. So that means this goes away. And off by 1. There we go. 4, 5. Except for wait, no, that should be that, I think. There we go. 9, 0, 0, 1. Actually, just made my repo public. Make sure nothing crazy. Let's take opaque, yeah. We're in here. Probably web. So it's hard to say without where'd I go? Is internals where I think my issues all templates are in web. Okay. Parse all of the templates when the server is initialized, render them when the route handler is used, but I'm just getting a black screen. In internal server.go. So new server, all of your config stuff. Line 39, parse templates, right? Render on 125. Render template. And I'm assuming you're not getting an error out of it, right? Is it 200 success? Pages, index, HTML. Fonts is tiny, right? Which it would be if there's no body. Makes sense. It's a new template. Try and load them on 39. Templates, error, parse templates. Okay. Templates goes into your server object. Homepage, for example. Homepage. Render template. Execute templates. Where is execute template? Part of the HTTP lib. So what comes back from here? Is it just you have an error, but what happens when it executes? This should turn it into HTML, right? Maybe? This doesn't get sent up to the response writer in any way, shape, or form that I can see here. So I'd wonder how that's supposed to be wired up. Hello. Person with a name that is not in Latin characters, so I can't read it. The Have I sparked an idea, perhaps? Maybe. I mean, that's what I would start looking at here. Awesome. What are you working on lately? Games on Roblox Studio. That's awesome. Yeah, no worries, Bitmaze. Happy to kind of rubber duck a little bit. Um, if there is something in here, like this gives you a place to debug at, right? Where you could come back up uh, and look at the actual, you could step down into it and see what's going on there and where it gets written and make sure that the data and everything else is as you expect it. This seems like the point where things are probably broken. Hey, thanks for the follow too. Appreciate that. What am I working on? I'm working on a mud engine. And right now, specifically, I'm working on getting a map editor. And this is just the map displaying portion of it. But you can see there is map data in here. Life is happy. In that regard. Okay. This is a tile button base. I actually am going to want to have this. Don't know about that platform though. It's not a platform. So a mud is a very old idea. Back in the day when computers were bad, our games were text games like Zork. And then when computers and the internet got a little better, we had MUDs, which were like Zork but online. They were like the original MMO. So it was still all text, but you connect to a server and people would, RP like Dungeons and Dragons style and run around bashing goblins and all that kind of good stuff. And I decided it would just be a fun project to write a server for that in Go, which is just a programming language. Let's make these. That's not. That's the border. How good am I at coding? Sure. Depends on a lot of things, I guess. I don't really know how to answer that question. How would I make the border? My values. Equivalent to the basis. How would I make this button more square than rectangular? Do I animate? No, I do not. Maybe I need to make this bigger and then I get a little more square. Okay, so let's do I think I can do this. No value set both to 0. One value set both have value. Two values set x to the first, y to the second. Okay. It does match my understanding of that. I think it's fun. And then if we did this, y to the second, so it'd be that. Yeah, okay. Or I could just set them all to 4. How does 3 look? Just for funsies. Does it ever get boring? I mean, no? I would say that, as with all coding, it sometimes gets frustrating, but I don't think boring is the word I would use. That's probably fine for that. How do I want to do this in cases where could do I don't know if I want to be famous, but I appreciate that. So I'm going to need to have in my sketch up here. How do I want to handle this part? If these are connected, then I like this. But if they're not, then we need to check. So basically what we need is to see what is the absolute distance to the connected one. And in order to do that, when we are in here, we get location. So that gives us a point back. Be in tile. We get location back. So we can do something with a location. And return the pointer. So that gives us that. Are you my only viewer in the 3 hours I've been streaming? On YouTube, maybe? I'm not sure. YouTube isn't as big. I've had a couple on Twitch. Let's see. Concurrent viewers and yep, you're the only one on YouTube. Yep, Bitmaze is still chilling over here on YouTube or on Twitch land. Well, I appreciate that. I had a couple people that said it would be easier for them to watch if I was on YouTube as well, so I just set it up to stream to both. It's all right, man. It's I've only been doing this for 2 months, 3 months. I'm early days of streamer. So, we can do, first and foremost, let's do this. Let's get this won't be a button base though. It will be, or it won't be a tile button rather. It'll be vertical connection. Streamed my rat car project the other day, and the technical cats are usually pretty barren, but the quality of viewers and streamers, yes, it's a smaller category for sure. What do you do in real life? I used to be a software developer, and then I got laid off, so now I am a job hunter and a streamer. How long I've been working in Go? Is this my job as well? Well, I kind of just covered that. Used to be my job as well. I mean, my last job, I was there for about a year and a half before we all got laid off, and we were Go all day, every day there. But I've done a little bit of Go here and there in the past as well. Yeah, that is the way of the world, especially nowadays, right? Hopefully. I got an interview lined up next week. I did one last week, so hopefully something soon, but the job market is still pretty crap right now. Just enterprise software. Whatever a business needs. Specifically, I work in the back end mostly, so all those crunchy little services. As a DevOps engineer, we seem to be the last people noticed because the dev leadership doesn't want to take over on call. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I've done a number of DevOps jobs, like not I haven't been a DevOps guy, but I've had to do DevOps work a lot of times. It haunts me because I'm kind of an old school nerd, right? Where like I know stuff about computers, right? I've been in the tech field for a hot second. So the whenever there's a question or they're like, "Hey, does anybody know AWS?" I'm like, "Not really, but it's just VMs on a network, right?" Have I tried any new jobs? Like what? Vertical connection, button base, that. This will look the same. And then we'll also need a diagonal. And I wish I could donate. That's fine. Just hanging out and being a chatter is a good thing right now. That's helpful. I don't know if I'll be a streamer forever. This is kind of just a new experiment for me. Just I decided to give it a shot. So we'll see what happens with it, and maybe one day then the Twitch will pay me. Who knows? Favorite convos are dev. My service is down. Please help. Okay, do you have any logs? No. This must be on prim server fix now. You sure it's not the fact your Docker image can't build? I'm glad you woke me at 2 a.m. Yeah. Yep. I've had those. I've had the opposite direction where I once had a Terraform script that deployed some test VMs, and it was kind of like a proof of concept to see if we wanted to use Terraform and continue using it. And I don't know what happened to that project after I left, but the DevOps guys couldn't, or first of all, the other ops guys couldn't figure out how to get the API working correctly or permissions for it to work correctly for forever. And then the DevOps guy, when I tried to run it in production, finally, I got a certificate error back. And he said, I don't know what that error means, but here's an article on how to disable TLS checking in production. I was like, that's not how that works, my dude. There's a lot of that people with very narrow, very narrow areas of expertise in the world. Let's see here. Okay, so we got those. We need this to be taller in the Y. Said I can't hate too much because I can't get this Go server to render some simple HTML. Have the DevOps people just ID people who happen to fall into it. Yeah, and the solutions are always turn it on, but not should we turn this on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I like the concept of DevOps where things are more automated and, you know, ideally people get woken up less at 2:00 in the morning. But a lot of people just they're still ops people, and they never embrace that automation side of things, and it, you know, it's just a label that gets slapped on them and things get messy. What type of computer am I on? I'm just a Linux computer. Running Pop OS currently. Okay. So that's because this is minimum. How bad was the storms in the US? There were no storms in my area. Think you're meaning the snowstorms and stuff way out east? Because this is minimum, the content is going to mess with this, but I think for now, it's probably fine. And then this would be that for horizontal. Talking about Midwest, I am in the Southwest currently. Right now I'm in Arizona. Mideast. Okay, yeah. And then diagonals, you can be 2, that's fine, I think. So when we go through here, we actually don't. Actually don't care about. We just want to lay them in the grid. We don't care about if they're connected or not. Company refuses to use any cloud-based systems because cloud is scary, but we're somehow leading the charge in it's not like, okay, guys, our revenue is 1.8 billion. Can we please stop only hiring fresh college grads? No, they're cheap, but there's a reason. Made you choose Mud for your game engine. Mud is just a type of game. Do you mean like what made me choose to make a mud? What did I get fired for? I got laid off. The business decided they didn't want to spend money. Eliminated the positions. Oh, no. No, my package list is pretty small. Most of it comes in from Kojin, which is the front end stuff. Just got a little Mongo. This... I don't know why this is still in here. Don't know if I might be using... I don't know why that's in. I'll have to check that. But yeah, my package list is pretty small. I like to use the standard library as much as possible. That way, when people go and break things in their packages, it doesn't break my stuff. So what we need here is to say right? Yeah. That's one of the things I like the most about Go is that you can get so far with the standard library. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Always welcome to lurk. This is greater than 0. Then we're going to need to, but also and less than, wait. Nice one, I think. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Bear with me, the chat takes a while to go through. Yeah, no worries. There's also a little bit of delay in a stream, right? Because we look at the screen for a long time and it's easier on your eyeballs. That's why I like it anyway. There are people in the world who like light mode. Because the light attracts bugs. Yes. No, it's because we're allergic to the sun and the white reminds us the outdoors exists. Yeah, it's an oldie but a goodie. Walked right into it. So that theoretically makes sure that we're between 2. We need to do a ooh, how do we know what base to use? We probably want to share. For now, let's just put in this so that we have the placeholder, right? And then it's less than this. put in a horizontal one. Why did the developer go broke? Because he used up all his cash. Ah! Got him. All right, let's see if that gets us things in the correct places. Not quite. Not quite. But also, not super terribly far off. Need to... These are good. These are entirely too large. So what we want to do, I think, is... Sorry for that offending. No, you didn't offend me. This is incorrect. We need to not do this because it's add tile button. And because it's to the right, we always need to add that. So that'll be fine. But also our vertical connection button base. Can I do that? No. Can I just... I guess maybe I could do a max. But this should probably be like half of that. Still entirely too ginormous. Vertical connection. Oh, it's probably because I forgot to take that out. Okay, except for this should be X and Y. That is not what I thought it should be. And this also needs to be put this up and lock the columns of this. Theoretically, hopefully, maybe. Oh, but we need to... So it's this, but there's also going to be... So this is 6. 5. So there will be length minus 1 in between. What are you using for hot reloads? I just use Docker Compose since I need a database, but that has to be a better way. This is I'm not hot reloading. I just have a terminal over here, and I just reload. Unless I'm misunderstanding the question. Do you need a main menu? I can send you one via Gmail. Sneaky terminal on the hidden screen. Yeah, kind of. It just, there's no reason to pull it over just to up arrow once, usually. There is a thing I tried, experimented with earlier on. I think it was called Air. And it does watch for changes to the file, and it will hot reload, but it has to close and rebuild every time, right? Because you can't really hot reload Go code. It has to do its compilation on the back end there. So I found it got more it got in the way more often because I would go and I would change something and then it would relaunch while I was in the middle of changing. Like I would just change the thing, hit save, it would relaunch and then yank my focus back over. And I was like, okay, this is not helpful anymore. Up arrow was all the rage in the Twitch meta. Really gets the gamer boys going. I don't watch that much Twitch, really. So I'm afraid I didn't even know that. Won't let me send all of it. No, I'm good, I think. Let's see here. These are still of a wonky size. Perhaps. These do take floats, so let's see if we do that. I feel like this is not changing things in the way that I expect it to. I would feel bad as a coding streamer because when people try to help or ask for help, like me, it's like I'm not running your code on my machine. I'm sorry if you're. I mean, it's difficult, right? That's why I asked you initially for like a Go Playground thing. Like I'm super happy to try to look at a thing and we can poke and prod at it a little bit, you know. But yeah, it is difficult. But I don't actually get a lot of people swing through ask for help. It's happened like twice now. But I mean, like. I enjoy code. I like talking about code. I like messing around with code. So, you know, it's never a huge problem for me. We can talk about it and get some ideas. And, you know, ultimately, anytime you ask any developer for help with your code, like you're playing the did I rubber duck hard enough game. And in the process of trying to explain the problem to another person, you often rubber duck yourself into a solution. So this is not behaving as I would expect. I wonder if it even makes sense to make this a button. What if instead of a button, I made it a frame. I'm going to lose some of the styling, though. Maybe I don't want to do that. So I want to preserve that. I would not like to reproduce the on mouse over behavior and stuff if I can avoid it, because these should be openable at this point to look at the connections. What is my favorite sport? I write code, so I don't sports. That would involve going outside. Let's see. So, can I... without reproducing all of that work, can I just... abuse the button into doing what I want it to do? Do I watch any sports? Nope. Action, right. Switches, is there a style? That's the minimum, okay, but... that doesn't really help me. Perhaps I do need to just... okay, let's go back to the frame idea. That would do that. And then... what was the... there's an abilities. Set abilities. Goes inside the styler. True. Hoverable. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll do what I want. Maybe. We'll see. Well, it's kind of closer to what I want. This is still not... quite as tall as I want. Well, I suggest you should watch football. It's entertaining, especially if you like people getting stiff-armed. Yeah, I think I'm good. I don't enjoy watching stuff. I like doing stuff. Have to go, man. Cool. We'll see you next time. Always welcome to swing through. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Oh, you know what? I might be an idiot. Put it back to the button just for this real quick. I was setting the max, but nothing would have told it to grow. Unless I was to set grow. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well just set minimum. Yes. Yeah, man. Certainly going to give it a shot. Let's actually go back to 4. Was 4 happy? This is still too wide, though. Okay, that's a little better. Still too wide. Size is pretty much bang on, though, and that would make sense because this is set to minimum of 4. So that checks out. I want you to be narrower. Oh, I wonder if it's a combination of problems here. Something is telling it to be larger. So if we do that, we need to max set that. No, I can't do that. So then it wants to grow. Okay. Kind of wonky, but it's weird that it's getting like overlapped on the side. These are all wonder if I need to do the same thing to the tile buttons so that I can have everything driven off the same. Okay. Feel like this is maximum size of the actual content exclusive of additional space for padding, border, margin, 0 is default. I think there might be an easier way to do this. These get the right hand side cut off too if I do that, which is very strange. minimum size of the actual content, exclusive of additional space and padding, border margin. Default is sum of min for all content, which includes space for all sub-elements. Knowing that those give different results, but it's probably fine. We just need to dial it in theory. Not that. Done with that for now. What do I want here? I want to... Look at this. Was there a... No. There was not. Was it in this? No. What I kind of want is... like a gap between... I think there is, it's just the docs don't include it. I think there is a gap setting. Gap for layouts, extra space added between elements in the layout. Put that in there. For funsies, let's see what happens if we do that. Okay. That's reasonably decent, actually. But... we'd like to... Can I not? Do this for a hot second just to make sure we don't have anything else coming in that's conflating or conflicting with. Okay. Let's get that out of there for now, just so we have minimal stuff going on. Set margin. If I do that, does it correct my... Nope, sure doesn't. Makes things much, much worse. For funsies, what happens if I just tell you to grow? How hugified do you become? You kind of just get sized appropriate. Finally got it working. Awesome, dude. What was it? do that. See what happens. Ironically, it becomes kind of awesome. Just want it to be not max Y, but max X. Do it that way. What I really just want is this to be a couple of weird things that have been going in circles. So first, you're not allowed to stack defines in the HTML template lib. Okay. As attempting to parse the templates on the start of the server, it would make them in order as it would walk through the file, right? This meant that it was constantly going over the most recent template and, add the templates to a map as it was generating and then pass the page name when, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Or move the parse to the route handler itself, which you were trying to avoid because you wanted to like essentially cache them, right? So yeah, I ended up doing option 2 for lazy sake since this will be a low utilization project, but I'm sure there's some pattern I should learn for option 1. Option 1, I mean, you would just add it to a map, right? So then when you're rendering, then you would just call the template on what was stored in that map. So on your server object, you would just actually, I have a map on my map. I have a tile map. So you would just put a map of something, route name to template, right? You would push it into there. And then like here, what we do when we do move is we pull the connection out of the connection object. And then on the tile map, we pull it out by the UUID. That way we don't have to actually be adjacent for a connection to work. So you would do the same thing where you just pull it out of that map by its route name that says, hey, this route name is this template. If I understand your understanding of the documentation correctly. Right? Yeah. It seems like a very sane way to do it. Yeah, man. It's always good to just noodle around ideas and stuff, right? Shake some things loose. Nerd out with some code for a while. So, border width. Why do you get pushed out if I say that the max... I would need to... Here we can add... And I need that. Let's just see what that does for funsies real quick. That still pushes the border out. Okay, that's fine. Is that even? Yeah, it is. I do like that better. Okay. Let's give it padding as well real quick. Will that push it back in? Oh, it does. Okay. Sup. Not much, man. Thanks. Appreciate you. What's up with you? Steely? Stelly? However you say that. Let's see here. So if padding is my secret weapon, what I would need to do is put it in a frame still. Today you finished your third Go project? Awesome. What was it? Trying to learn? Yeah, it's good. Awesome. I do enjoy Go. CLI web scraper for detecting dead links within the domain. Awesome. That's a great project. Call this a button frame. And then we do that, except for button becomes this. Its parent is button frame. We do a styler for button. Now I can take a break and work on the rat car. Time to swap to FreeCAD. Someone who's stuck in Python every day at work since all the devs people know. Learning Go's been so nice. Yeah, I used to like Python as well. I did a lot of Python. And then Go spoiled me. What is a rat car? It's like a rat rod. I had to do it without concurrency, though. I'm not smart enough for it yet. I mean, that's perfectly acceptable. Like, concurrency is very, very hard. So, do it the simple way, and then you can iterate from there, right? Getting it laid down and working is absolutely huge. That's perfect. We have pet rats, so I'm making them a little car they can do. Oh, Stuart Little. Awesome. Someday I'll redo it. Yep. Awesome, man. That's a funny project for pet rats. That's awesome too. Is it like Flintstone style, or is it electric, or how did they drive it? Also, what I like is the Sudoku Solver API. Oh, awesome. That's awesome too. All those fun little bitty projects that just kind of stretch your skills are always awesome to nail, to just knock out. Make weird stuff. Make a lot of weird stuff. So we set that to grow. We set this, and then this we should be able to say set the max X. But this needs to be that. And then this. We tell you to grow. Okay. Kind of. Still growing outside. That may be an order of operations problem. Swing on Arduino, so they have different pedals they can push, and the vehicle will drive around. Oh, that's awesome. Do they actually like drive? I didn't realize that rats would do that. That's wild and awesome. I haven't really gotten into setting up, Arduinos and doing hardware projects like that, but it is interesting to me. This will need to shrink. Rats are crazy smart. Get the idea based off this research paper saying how enriching it is for them. Like, I knew they're smart animals, like the rat maze, right? Like the classic. It's wild that they can drive though. I had no idea. They're adorable too. Holy cow, stop it. Awesome. All right, so I don't remember if I relaunched that or not after I made that change. Let's just find out. And then if I do that, I can't actually click on it either anymore. Okay, so that breaks more things than it fixes. So let's take this back up here. Take you out. You go back to parent. Back to button. Button. And button. Okay. So aside from the fact that pushes them out of the world there. If I do this, one value, all sides. If two are provided, top left, top and top left, bottom and bottom right. 3, top left first. Adding left. Now this is the other. That's no. But what if, because that would take the place of that, really. So if we take out the gap, and nope, not quite. Would this need to be margin on this side? Perhaps. No. That's bizarre. Take that out. Put that back. Get back to where I kind of liked it. What if we say no to the X, yes to the Y? That'll get us tall. What will it get us for? It's not terrible. That messes that up, though. Which... give it a little margin on the parent, maybe? Keep it centered inside. Here we go, okay. And if we do that, perhaps we don't need the padding. Nope, still need the padding. That's bizarre. Okay, well, we'll leave that the way it is then. And we get rid of that. Then let's do these as well. This is effectively going to be same as vertical, except for we set X to grow and Y not to grow. And we put them Y index is less than the length. -1. Parent frame. Like so. Ugh. And that's because we need to this doesn't go here. It goes as its own row. Or can we put it below in the same cell of the grid? Not really. Okay. Now let's do this really quick. Let's go back, make sure we're good here. Kind of back to where I liked it. Okay, that's good. We're going to go ahead and add commit here. And then we can kind of start thinking about this. So we're going to need to add a row between each row. We can do that. What am I building right now? It's a mud engine. Specifically right now, I am making the editor for building a map. So each of these being a tile or a room, they have room information in them. We'll need to set up the connections to also have information in them, but right now I'm just getting the layout in. UI is done with Cogent, is a all Go cross-platform UI library. Pretty small, pretty early in its life. Stumbling over a lot of rough edges, but you know. This would be the tile grid. Could do is say if it's even, that. Otherwise, that, but this also is I think also if these are even. Let me do that. No, because this, I've done that too soon. This needs to be the case always after we do this. This needs to go if it's not even. Then we do that. Closer to what I needed. Except because it would be if it's even. No, we can't do that. Because if we do that, we have to modify. Okay. Because that mucks with the indexes. We would need to say we actually don't need to worry about it because we're just pushing them into get rid of that. I don't even know if it needs to be in a separate loop or not. If I think about it, because we're just pushing it into the grid. We don't actually care. Okay. Go over it again. I think we could actually do it. It shouldn't wrap until it hits the column width. Oh no, because that, right. Yeah, it does have to go outside. Because we want to put all the buttons in and then we start pushing in another row of buttons. But why does this? It's because we need to put in we need to put these in so that it is correct. Otherwise, we have empty elements that get all kinds of wonky. Okay. Worked great until then. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, because... No? It's because... This needs to be... We just need to put these in order. We don't even need to check this. Because otherwise we only have half, roughly, of the connection boxes that we need. Yes, now we just need to fix all the weirdness. So, our horizontal connection row gets set. Our diagonal connection but we actually probably don't want you to do that because you need to be smaller. Okay. It's weird that things get progressively more broken. Closer, though. If we do... do a minimum of 2... Ooh, things get broken a little further down too. We'll look at that in a minute, though. Okay, we need to tame these unruly gaps that we got going on here. I think it's because this pushes these out, is my guess. Something getting missed down here further, but we'll sort that in a second. Okay. Can I... that, perhaps. Okay, I like the scrolling better. That's good. That makes the... Bet you that makes this not needed. Kind of. Okay. Well, maybe padding's still useful. Not super. Let's take that back out real quick. Might be okay once this gets put into another widget, right? Because this is just the map view. And we'll need to set up zoom as well. So maybe that's okay for now. Leave those commented just because we need to get these buttons wrangled into something more reasonable. Let's take these out really quick. That gets us back to here. So we also might want to cut back this a little bit. That's probably okay because we want a little bit of space, but not a ton. And this is going to get kind of scooched around. Let's see. Yeah, I had them more or less the same height. They're actually just a skosh smaller. So maybe we need to think about that too. I think they would probably look a little better if they were scooted in just a little on the y-axis. But we need to get a handle on the styling and get it all within the same all within the square still, because as soon as we made them bigger, they start pushing out of their boundaries, which is just bizarre. But the vertical connection base. So if we do that, that won't really help me there. Where do I start being broken? almost immediately, even if it's tiny, it pushes that border out. If I give it a margin, it's just way more broken. Breaks the border, which is weird. What if I set the margin before I set the border stuff? Is it an order of operations sort of issue? Nope. That is very strange. We do that. No, it still pushes them out. There was the be in widgets, I think, where we did some sort of maybe this. If we set it as a column display, it'll figure itself out. Nope. Okay. Okay, well, here's what's up. It is late, and I need lunch like crazy. I'm starving. So I'm going to be done for today. Tomorrow we'll be doing it again. So I really appreciate everybody who swung through here today. If you want to swing by tomorrow at the same time, that'd be fantastic. You can see the schedule down below. If not, then hey, have a great week. Have a great rest of the weekend. What's left of it for you. You too, Steel or Steely. And yeah,